right, that's perfect. Hello, and let me go live over here. Oh, let me see. Edit, remove, and save changes. And we're going to edit, add, save changes, and see if that works. We're going to we're adding our Facebook back in. Yay, there we go. Okay. Hello. So, welcome to Let's Get Social. We are going to be sewing Vogue 1953 today. I have done some prep work, so hopefully we'll be able to move through this fairly quickly. But I did not make a muslin of this, so we're going to be doing this together because there are some parts that I have not sewn before, so we'll be sewing this together. Hi, Jalen. Hi, Mary. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the live. So we're going to get started because what we're not going to do is be delayed too much. So again, this is what we're sewing, Vogue 1953. And I am actually doing view B. I'm doing view B, but I'm doing it with the length of view A, but I am not doing, they have like a view A has a little, I guess a modesty piece in there, and I'm not going to be putting that piece in, although I may add it later. If for some reason I'm like, yeah, there's too much exposure, I don't have enough coverage, then I may go in and add the modesty piece a little later. But for right now, I'm not adding that piece. And I'm doing the length of view A because it is 48 inches from the back of the neck to the end of the dress. And that pretty much gets me to my ankles. And so this length is 10 inches longer, and that would be dragging on the floor. And I don't want to waste the fabric because this dress already takes quite a bit of fabric. It is anywhere, if you do view A as is with no modifications, you are going to be using between, if you're doing 60 inches, you're going to do roughly 3 yards. And 4 yards of lining. And if you do 60 inches of fabric, you're going to do, I'm sorry, if you're using 45 inches of fabric, you're going to be doing 4.5 yards. And then of course, 4 yards of lining. So I decided to go with view B again because of my height, that I did not need to go that long. So anyway, we're going to get started. You said you and JB are ready to get social. Well, welcome. I'm glad you're coming. Make sure make sure you get on my other platforms too. All right, so we are going to get started. And I'm just going to move this over just a little bit so that I can see those comments a little bit better. All right, so I have my instructions. And like I said, I did do some prep work. So I did do some of the darts. I did prep the entire lining. So this dress has a full lining to it. So I prepped the entire lining, which will allow me to go through the steps a lot quicker because the lining is literally a duplication for the most part of the fabric that you're going to be sewing. So I'm going to go with, where am I? Oh, here we go. So we're going to go with step 1, which is we are getting out piece number 1. So let me get piece number 1. And piece number 1, we are going to do a reinforcement stitch at the corner of the front bodice. And then we are going to, right here. We're going to do a reinforcement stitch at the corner of the front bodice. And then we are also going to do a stay stitch on the edge of the front facing. So this is, nope, this is not my piece 1. Let me find my piece 1. I think this is piece number 1. Nope, that's piece number 2. Hey, Julian. All right. Oh, this is piece number 1. Okay. So I'm going to be doing, I'm going to put my stay stitch in. I'm actually going to swap out. I'm going to swap out my thread. And I think I'm going to use this dark green. I think it will give me a nice, I was using for my lining, because my lining is a cream color, I had a cream thread in there, but I'm going to swap it out. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I'm excited about this dress. I can't wait. So I did a couple things that I did do for this dress. So I bought this dress in a size 6 to a 14. And for whatever reason, I did not look at the measurements for the dress. So the sizing is too small based on the measurements. So I ended up increasing the size to basically a size 16. I did it on my own. I added my own sizing. So we're going to see how it turns out. We'll see. We will see. Hi, Sheila. Thank you, Tanya. How are you? All right. So I just finished threading my bobbin and threading the machine. All right, here we go. Hi, Demetria. Welcome. So I may go back in at a later time and, like I said, and put in that modesty piece for A, but for right now, I'm not interested in that. So we are doing, again, view B, which does not have the modesty piece in the neckline, the lower part of the neckline. But we are doing it with the length of view A, which is going to be really the same as the length on view B for me, because I am only 5'2", so I don't need all of that. All right, so we're doing our stay stitch, and that stay stitch is going down this line. So let me turn this so you can see the right side of the fabric. We're doing a stay stitch on this side of both pieces. And I'm also doing, I am also sewing this so it's intended to be sewn at 5/8 seam allowance, but I'm sewing it at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So I'm doing that all over the entire garment. Between notch and small upper dot. Oh, that one was this one. Okay. You know, okay. So one of the other things about this pattern is that you can use a couple of different fabrics. You can use a, crepe satin. Um, you can use a crepe which has the matte back on it. And then you can use a matte jersey or a sheer fabric. And I was looking into the matte jersey fabrics just because I never heard of it before, just to see. And what I was able to find, online is that it does have a little bit of a stretch to it. So I might even think about doing this again in that fabric just to see, does it give you a completely different look. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Dejanay. So step 2 is to make these soft pleats. And because I thought it would take me a little bit of time to do those pleats, I went on ahead and did them. I went on ahead and did them ahead of time. Oh, so the pattern I'm doing is Vogue 1953, and I am doing view A with the length of view B, which is really going to fit me like view A because I did the measurement. It's 48 inches from the neck to the bottom of the hem, and that pretty much falls at my ankles. And so it's pretty much going to fall the same length as here. But I am also not doing that. There's a modesty piece that is in here, and I'm not doing that modesty piece. Although I may add it later. So I did cut it out and save it to put it to the side just in case. And I do have like a nude color fabric that I can use to make that modesty piece if I decide to do it later. So that's what I'm doing. If anybody has sewn that, you know what? I just decided I like this dress and that's why I wanted to make it. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make it. And I had this fabric and I was like, again, I'm trying to use fabric that I have in my stash. And so this is something that I thought was worthy. I really like it. And so I thought, oh yeah, this will be nice for that dress. A couple of other modifications that I'm doing. Hey, Nikki, how are you? Is that I realized I did the measurements that I would be a size 16. This pattern only goes to a size 14. So I did make some adjustments to the pattern. I increased the sizing on it. So I'm not sure if it's going to work. We'll see. But I may have to make some additional adjustments, but we'll find out, when it's all said and done. So anyway, I did go ahead and I put in what they call soft fold lines. I put those in already at the top. I don't know if you can see them well, but they are these they look like little pleats, but they're considered soft. They said they're called soft fold lines. So I already put those in to piece number 1. And then the last thing that I need to do is there's some gathering that I need to do at the bottom of this. And so I am going to do gathering the way that I like to do it, which is with the gathering foot. So I'll be right back. Yeah, I love using my gathering foot. So I'm putting my gathering foot on. And I'm going to put a couple of pleat gathers in that way. I like whenever I get a chance to use my gathering foot, I use it. It's a little extra step to have to put it on and off, but I don't mind. It doesn't take too long. All right, let me just change what foot this is. 86. Okay, so I'm just putting a couple of gathers in the bottom. There are 2 You probably can't see them, but there's 2 markings at the bottom, and you're putting the gathers in between those markings. So I'm going to do that on both of my front pieces, front bodice pieces. And I'm gonna set this at 6. So I had it at 1. I'm gonna set it at 6. It will pull way too much. And if you can't see, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. And I'm gonna do the other one. Same thing, just to gather right between those 2 dots. And here we go. Here's the second one. Second little gather. You can see that little gathering piece. Okay, so the gathering is done, and that's it. And so the next step is to do that modesty piece, or they call it an inset, which I'm not doing that. So I am skipping to the bodice back. So I'm gonna put these 2 bodice front pieces to the side, and I'm gonna pull out piece number 2, which is the bodice back. Hi, Miss Tata. Hey, Carm. So I'm going to the bodice back, which is piece number 2. And has anyone sewn this dress before? Has anyone sewn this dress or plans on making this dress? It does use a lot of fabric, so that can definitely make someone think twice before they do it, or at least want to see it. I know that this dress is not online, because I did look for a tutorial and I couldn't find one, so it's not online, but there'll be one after this. Okay, so I found my piece number 2, which is my bodice back, and I am going to put darts in. So this is one that I did not put the darts in yet. So one of the things that I also started using, and I don't know why I never used this before, but I bought some from Wild Whack. What did I do with it? It is, what did I do with it? I got it probably somewhere. Oh, here it is. This tracing paper. So I just started using this and I really like it. I've been doing other things, all kinds of other ways I do, to transfer my dots. But I found that when you have to do lines or darts, that this tracing paper I like it. It works really well. It's quick. So I think I put in all my other darts. This is the only one I didn't put in. I realized I ran out of time. But what's awesome about this is that you literally can transfer both of your pieces at the same time, which again, for those that have been using it, you already know this, but you just basically put your, actually I'm gonna put it on the wrong side. Wrong sides together, because I want to do the transfer on the wrong side. So you put your wrong sides together if they're not already together, and put your pattern piece on top, line it all up, and then you just stick this tracing paper, you fold it in half, which I did already, and you stick it in there where you want to trace, and it will transfer that marking onto both pieces of fabric at the same time. which again is probably old news for people that have been using this forever, but I just started I mean, I bought it a while ago. I never used it. And I was like, let me try this because I had to transfer along like a stitch line. And I was like, this is a lot. All right, so now I'm going to transfer this dart. We're going to there we go. It is done. And just like that, you probably won't be able to see it, but just like that, it is done. And the same marking is on the other side. Really quick. So like I said, I did all my other darts. These are the only ones I have left to do. The other thing is that with this pattern, it also had an interesting dart where the actual center of the dart was cut out already, which is, I had never done a dart like that before, but this, and I don't know why they only did it for that one dart. It was on the, I think it was on the back piece that I already did. But it was interesting. It did make it easier to line up the dart to have the center already cut out, but I've never done a dart like that where the center is already cut out. So I'm just lining up these edges and then I'm going to press this, lining up my dart piece. Thank you. I'm trying to think of where I think I actually got this fabric from Joann's, if I remember correctly. Yep, I think I got it from Joann's. I bought it sometime this year, I think at the beginning of the year. I bought it, I think it was on sale. All right, I'm gonna pin this one. Yeah, okay. You say you keep eyeing it when you go to Joann's. Yeah, I'm sure that's where I got it from. And I was like, oh, let me get this. And I got it on sale. I can't remember what it was, but I feel like I got it on sale or I had a coupon or something that made me say, okay, yep, I'm getting this. And I got like 5 yards of it too. So I bought it thinking, I guess I was thinking I was making some kind of dress with it. That's the other reason why I chose it for this too, because you need a lot of fabric for this. Unless you have 60 yard, which this is not 60 yard width. This 60-inch width. This is 45-inch width. So you need more yards. There we go. So has anybody made this dress yet? I'm assuming that's a no. Or even have this pattern. Carmen, I know you said you have it. Or I think you say you have it. Here we go. Thank you for sharing the live. Okay, here we go. So put my edge foot back on. There we go. So I'm gonna need y'all to pray for me that you say you have, but you haven't made it yet. Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to pray for me that these adjustments. So Carmen, I don't know what size that you got, but the measurements for me, I needed a size 16, and I don't have that size pattern, so I had to make some adjustments to the pattern. So I'm just hoping that it works out. That's what I'm hoping. I am hoping that it works out. Especially since this fabric has no stretch, zero stretch to it. Okay, so I put these darts in. Hi, Sabrina. How are you? You said you are a 6. Yes, I'm a 16 on the finished garment measurements. Yeah, which I normally am a 14, but I'm like the summer, I've been doing great on the summertime. So I'm a little wider. My waist is a little wider than it was in the winter and the spring. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't cut this too, I didn't waste my fabric and cut it too short or have to do extra work. And it also made me think about it because when I made Juana's pattern, I'm going in right now, which is taking me so long to finish is because I'm making some adjustments so that I can fit it. And I cut that in a size 14, and it probably should have been a size 16. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't have that same issue. I mean, I'm going to be able to salvage that pattern because I have extra fabric and I'm able to make the adjustments I need to make. But I just don't want to have to do that if I don't have to do it. I don't want to do it. I have to keep napkins close by when I use this iron because the condensation is. So darts are in. Darts are in. And that's the bodice back. So once we put the darts in the bodice back, then we are connecting we're pinning the back to the front at the shoulders and neck edge of the collar. Okay, so we're pinning the front to the back. Okay, so here is the back. I'm just going to lay this piece over here. That's the back, and let me grab the front, which is right here. This is the front. And let me just make sure I'm putting the right ones with the right ones. So this one is going to go on this side. And this one is going to go on this side. So I am pinning the shoulders. Just make sure I have it right. Yeah. And do I have a dart? Do I have a notch here that I didn't transfer? Nope, there's no notch there. So, oh, it's a dot. Do I have a dot? Nope, there's no dot there. Oh, it must be on the back. Oh, here it is. It's a dot here. And is there a dot here? Pin back lining. Oh, no, that's the lining. Pin back to front of shoulders and neck edge of collar. Matching centers and dots. Okay, center and dot. Okay, this is the center. And that's the dot. Okay, got it. Center and dot. Here we go. All right. I want to make sure I matched it up correctly. So I'm going to pin that. And am I stopping at the dot? Yes, I am. So stitch pivoting at the dot. Oh, here we go. All right, I'm going to pin this one. Same thing. Here's my dot. I hope this is not going to be too big, but feeling good. Let's see. Hi, Anna. Thank you for sharing. Hi, Key. Thank you for the ice cream. So anybody sewing anything this weekend? Anybody working in anything right now? Okay, so I have pinned. This is a shoulder seam. I'm going to stitch across this top. I need to put both of these cameras closer together. I'm going to stitch across the top, and then there is a dot right here. I'm going to pivot down on this dot. And it's kind of natural because, again, this piece is already going curved that way. So you're just going to pivot down along that. So I'm going to do that on both pieces. Let's see. You're doing the Aurora play suit for the kid. And so I did, and working on the Barbie challenge. Yes. I got to think about what I'm going to do for the Barbie challenge. I need to do something for that. I did the Aurora play suit I did it for my grandson. And I already cut out another one to do it again with some changes. So you said you're going to get fabric tomorrow to finish your 2 big totes, big B totes. Sports jacket. You see you're working on a sports jacket. We're having a big storm, so hopefully you have power. Yeah, I hope you have power too. I hope you have power. That would be like not great to not have power. So I hope you have power. This weather has been crazy. With my work, I went to a baseball game last night, and we were sitting in the sun, and I ended up getting the worst migraine when I got back. I mean, I pretty much didn't sleep last night because I had a migraine. It was so bad. I was nauseous, like all the typical migraine symptoms that you get. I had all of those. It was horrible. So I'm like, I just know I can't be out in the sun like that. Hi, Karen. So you make a 9597 dress. Yes, 9597. We love that. We love that dress. I can't wait to see it. That is, you said the dress of the summer. That is the dress of the summer. right? That's probably the right name for it. That is the dress for the summer. Like, you said it was simply, it would be simple to adjust since you're not using a knit. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hoping so because I'm like, the last thing I want to do is not be able to fit this or not be able to make, like you said, a simple adjustment to be able to fit it. So I'm hoping. That's the one thing I do not, I hate when I put a lot of work into making something and it doesn't fit. Not that I can't fix it, I know I can, but I try to make as much effort to make sure that I can fit it from the beginning. So, fingers crossed. I'm not backstitch. That's kind of loose. Okay, that looks good. Let me just check this one. It's your annual Sweet Corn Festival this weekend and roller skating. Oh, I love roller skating. I love roller skating. I'm sad that when we were in Atlanta, we did not roller skate. I feel a way about it, but it just means we have to go back. Okay, so I've connected those two pieces, and the next step is probably going to be to, let's see, stitch pivoting at the dots, ending stitch 3 inches from the center. So let me make sure I did that. Three inches from the center seam. I don't think I did that. So we're going to measure out what 3 inches from the center seam is because I did not measure that. And there is no dot here. Although I feel like that's probably it. Oops, that's not it. This is it. That's the lining, that's the front bodies. That's the skirt. That's the one thing I will say about this pattern. There's a lot of pieces. You got lining pieces, and you got, sometimes the lining pieces and the fabric pieces are the same, but in this pattern, you have some where it's not the same. Particularly piece number 1, the bodice front, and piece number 3, the lining front are 2 separate pieces. That's the skirt. These are all my skirt pieces. Oh, here it is. Do have it there. Okay, that's that. That's my notch, and This is the center, so 3 inches from the center. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be there. So what happens at a sweet corn festival? Oh, you said the kids went. You didn't go. You said, oh, you said your back is not roller skating friendly anymore. Oh, that's not good. I love roller skating. Like, I don't do it enough. That is one of those things that I would love to be able to do more. And I'm not as good at it because I don't do it, but I did do it a little bit like last year, and I can tell like, oh, it's one of those things where once you start doing it, like your body remembers, like, oh yeah, you know how to do this. One, two. One, two, three. So it's right here. Okay. Clipping back neck edge where necessary. Stitch pivoting at the dot, ending 3 inches from center back. Press neck seam allowance towards collar. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this stitch down a teeny bit more so it can be 3 inches on each side. I hope that's right. Hey, Anthony. Is Julian on? Julian, let me see if Julian's still on here. Let's see. He's not. Okay. Thank you, Brenda. All right. The best thing about doing a pattern ahead of time is that you know all the little, you know how to work through all the little, challenges that you would have. Okay, let me put this stitch in here. I don't know why this feels like it's not lined up the same. All right, I got my seam ripper. I'm not afraid to use it. Hopefully I don't have to. All right, finish those pieces. And let's see. Press neck seam allowances towards the collar between the dots. All right, and now we're doing the bodice lining, which, as I had mentioned earlier, you know what? I was just trying to figure out on my machine. There's like a button on my machine that you can push to make it automatically knot at the end, so I don't have to back stitch. And I forgot which one it is, and I know he knows it off the top of his head, and I ain't gonna look it up. That was it. But there is another area. Do you have this pattern, Dejanay? Do you have this one? Because you might be able to help me verify that I did do something correct if you do have it. Okay. All right. So while you're looking for that, I'm going to move to the next step, which is the lining piece. So I did do the linings already. I put the darts in, I stitched, I basically did everything I did with the fabric. I did them with the lining pieces already. So here are those two pieces. And so we don't have to worry about step 9, step 10, and step 11 I did. Did I do step 11? Yes, I did. Step 11 and step 12 I did. And so now that puts us to step 13, which is combining the right sides together with basically combining the lining and the fabric pieces. So with right sides together, we're going to pin the lining to the bodice front. So I'm going to take one of these and make sure that I have both of the right pieces together. Is this one? I think it is. Is that right? I think that's right. Yep, so that's with that piece. You said it's the circle with the solid color circle in the middle. Right here. Oh, wait a minute. It's saying it's already on, but it's not. It knots it in the beginning, but I want to knot it at the end of it too. Oh, you say you don't have it. Okay. Shauna, so it's saying it knots it in the beginning, but I want it to knot automatically at the end too. And I felt like it was like that when I first got it, and I think I just turned it off, but I want to turn it back on. Hey, Britt. Okay, so these two pieces together, and now these two pieces together. So right sides together, I'm gonna line these up. All right, pin lining to bodice front, matching notches, dots, and shoulder seams. Okay, so here's the shoulder seams. I'm gonna start there. You said when I push the reverse, it should do it. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to push the reverse button. I thought that when I first the way it was originally set, when I pushed the cut thread button, that it would knot it before it would cut the thread. But maybe it didn't do that. Maybe it's because when I do back stitch it, I think it does do it. I think. All right. We're going to see how this is lining up. Now it is it this part? No, I think this is backwards. I think this one goes with this one. Because these don't look the same. You said you had your son's football game. I love football. That's one of my favorite sports. Was at the football game last week. No, that's not right. So this one is right. So this is going to be a little tricky. We want to trust the process because I'm feeling like this that it's not lining up the same. All right, let me see. All right, let's see. All right, I feel like I got it. I think I might got it. Thank you, Peach. Let's see. All right, so we're going to see if this is, I'm trying to line up the lining and the fabric. And it doesn't feel like, you know, it's lining up right. Thank you, Anna. Enjoy. Have fun. I hope they win. This is so weird. Bear with me while I'm sorting this out because it's not lining up for me the way I feel like it should be. From lower edge to upper small dot. Okay, maybe let me just do that. All right, I'm just going to do that piece. I feel like this is the right. I feel like it's lined up it's the right piece with the right piece. I just don't feel like it's lining up, but I'm gonna do it the lower edge to the upper right, the upper small dot, which I have right here. But to the upper small dot, which is right here. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all stopping in while you're on your way to your games. Okay. All right, I think we're going to I think this is going to work. All right, let me just make sure that I'm doing the right piece too. That might make a huge difference. This is the front. That's the back. Okay, I'm just lining this up. I realize that that's interesting. I also plan to serge this at the end. Okay. Now, one thing I'm noticing, and again, I don't know if this is supposed to be this way or not, but when I'm lining up this front portion, I'm noticing that my lining piece is not going all the way down, and maybe that's okay. It doesn't look like it's like that on the pattern, but I cut the pattern pieces out, so I'm feeling like it's probably going to be okay, but we'll see. I do have more of this fabric for, so for if for some reason I need to add to it, I can do that, but at this point this is what I'm working with. So I'm about to do a stitch down these two front pieces. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Right sides together, pin the lining to the front bodice, matching notches, dots, and shoulder seam. Stitch front lining from lower edge to upper small dot, clipping bodice front where necessary. I feel like that's not the right piece. I feel like it's this piece. My gut is just telling me this isn't right before I sew it. And I feel it, like this is not right. Let me try one more thing. I believe it does make the facing. The problem is that I feel like I don't have the right piece connected. And so it's not lining up the way that I feel like it should. So I'm not sure, and I'm scared to stitch it because I'm feeling like it's not lining up right. So that's the part that I am nervous about. Right, I know. That's why I keep going back and forth, because I'm like, this just is not feeling right to me. So part of me is like, maybe I stitched this wrong. So I feel like I did the lining correct. The lining feels like it's lining up right. But the fabric does not feel, I mean, I guess it does. It feels like it's right. And that I'm lining up these two pieces. But it has this funky collar piece in the back, and I think that's the part that's kind of making it hard for me to visualize it. I wish they had a video for this, because that would definitely have helped me sort it out. Okay, we'll get it. We'll figure it out. All right, let me see. Yeah, this is the part that is really blowing my mind. You know what? I do put the, well, I didn't do it this time, but sometimes I do put the numbers on there. But I think the part that I'm confused about is, so here's my lining piece. I'm just going to show it because maybe you all might be able to figure it out. Let me see. I saw you said go back to the pattern pieces and track the notches. So you know what? I went back. All right, I'm gonna do that right now. So I'm gonna do it for the lining first and make sure I feel like the lining is right, but to your point, I'm going in circles because something is just not, it's not adding up for me. And I feel like it's with the fabric and not with the lining. Okay, so that's the bodice front. This is the bodice lining front. Okay, so here's that. Okay, so I have my dot, I got my notch there, got my notch there, got my notch there. That's that. And that's the front. Okay, so that piece is right. And now let me do this is the bodice back. And so the bodice back works for both the lining and the back piece. It's the same piece. So now I'm doing this. Okay, so this might be where I'm having an issue because, so I think this is where my issue is. I think, yep, okay, so I found my issue. I put my darts on the wrong side of this because it is going the wrong direction. So that's why. So I'm actually going to just seam rip this because it's the same on both sides. So I thought it was the lining, but it was I thought it was the fabric, but it's the lining. So I figured out what I did wrong. When I was doing my darts, I stitched my darts on the wrong direction. So instead of this being the right side, it's flipped this way. And so when I stitch them together, front to back, one is going in the opposite direction, which is why they did not line up with the fabric. So be fortunate enough that the lining is the same on both sides. So I'm just gonna seam rip this and switch it on both sides. So that's what's the back lining. I'm so glad I didn't stitch it together because that would have been one more thing I would have had to take out. So the fabric is larger due to the collar, so it should align on the other outside edges. Correct. Okay. When I line them up, once I get this right, I'm gonna check that piece because thank you. I was having trouble with that piece too. So that makes sense. I'm glad you came back and said that. Thank you, Julian. Quiet as this kept, I was about to text you like, Julian, I need you. Okay. This always makes me feel good when we work together. You said you're so afraid of linings. Yeah, you know what? So this pattern is not a beginner pattern. So some linings are easy. So the lining that I did last Friday, believe it or not, it was a little bit more straightforward, even though that was an average pattern, but it was a complete duplicate, exactly the same. So what I did for the fabric, I did for the lining, exactly the same. This one is not an exact duplicate because the fabric has a collar on it and the lining doesn't have a collar. Also, the fabric has some folded pieces and the lining doesn't have it. So it's not an exact duplicate, which makes it a little bit harder to line it up. But what Julian just said makes perfect sense, that the other edges should all line up. So I'm going to do that once I get the right pieces together. All right, so I got this one out. And so, let me see. So this back piece, let me just make sure I have the right one. So this piece, well, let me make sure I can do this right. No, I do have to take the dart out. Damn it. I do have to take this dart out and turn it in the other way. Let's see. I seem to have to unpick something every time I sew. I do too. And look, I call myself prepping this. So this was what I did off camera. So I'm like, oh, I don't have to worry about this. I did this. And no, I'm taking it apart because I put the dart in the wrong direction. I feel like this should still work in the other direction. Anyway, I'm just going to do it the other way. You said you're seam ripping too. Yeah, you know what? I've just come to the realization that, it's a part of the process. And, what helps me is making sure I got a nice sharp seam ripper. So I'm not ripping my fabric and the thread is coming out really quick. I just changed my needle on my sewing machine, so that's sewing perfect. And I just started using this seam ripper like maybe 2 months ago. So it's still got a nice sharp edge to it. And I got one more I haven't even used yet. But my favorite part is when, I get stuck on something and somebody, we're all able to kind of help each other figure it out. I love that. I love it. I appreciate it, and I love it. And I'll be even so much more happier when I sew it all together and it's like, oh. So I also sewed together the entire lining. I sewed together the entire lining for the skirt too. So fingers crossed that will be a seamless, process. But yeah, using the seam ripper, I used to hate to do it when I'm on live, like, oh, you want it to go all smooth. But I'm like, you know what? I've gotten over that. I'm like, I feel like if I make this mistake, somebody else probably makes it too. And this will help someone not make that mistake, you know? So, Patricia, are you sewing anything? You working on anything this weekend? All right, so that's that. And now I'm going to just literally go the other direction. Right, exactly, Dejanay. Like, it's not always perfect. And in fact, most of the time, I mean, you're using your seam ripper and you're figuring it out. And that's what these sew alongs are about, to kind of show the process and show that it's not always simple, straightforward. I'm gonna iron this first. And I pressed this to death. I was like, oh, let me press this out. Have it all nice and neat. I might have to serve this before it's all said and done. Might not be able to wait to the end because it is definitely coming apart. Oh man. Oh well, you can't see it anyway. I was going to change my thread. The type A in me wants to change it, but I'm not. You won't see it anyway, so. All right, I'm putting this back in. Press this. You say you working on your frocktail pants. Yeah, I haven't started my frocktails outfit yet. I need to be working on my Beyonce outfit. I haven't started that either. But I just finished up some travel, so like I will have a little bit more time in the next 2 weeks to work on some things. All right. Now, let's see. Yes, here we go. Now it matches up perfectly. So this, now let me see, does this still go here or no? Nope. Okay, so this one goes on to the other one. So I gotta do this other one, the other lining the exact same way. So I'm taking it out here. You say you're trying you say you're trying my hand at a jumpsuit. Hi, Angela. Oh, I love jumpsuits. I have my share. Look, I'm taking other tops and made it into a jumpsuit, paired it with other things. So I hope you post it. I can't wait to see it. I love jumpsuits, especially in the wintertime, like weekend wear. You can lounge in it, but you could throw on some heels and wear it out. Throw on some, Uggs. Yes, I like Uggs. And 8204 and new look 6661. Okay, I'm gonna look those up. Let me write that down. Calls 8204 and new look 6661. Okay. So I'm going to look for those. Julian, I'm jealous that you already got your fabric. I don't even have my fabric. I think I'm making a jumpsuit for Frocktails, but I'm still conflicted. I don't know. I got jumpsuit in my mind. I got to still find a pattern that I can use to make it. I bought some fabrics, but again, I'm not settled on anything. Not the fabric, not the pattern, not whatever. I'm still trying to figure it all out, what I'm going to do. And that's part of the challenge. Trying to figure out what am I going to do. Okay. All right. So this is this the one that I did wrong? No, this one is right. Okay, so that's right. Am I going crazy here or what? I feel like I am going crazy. Okay, maybe I'm losing my mind here. Julian, can you come up and tell me, because I feel like I'm just messed up. I feel like I just took this apart and maybe I didn't need to take it apart. Can I pull you up so you can help me figure out exactly what I did or didn't do? You said you got a backup plan. Oh, yeah, okay, good. Let me see. Okay. I forgot. It's been so long since I invited someone. Okay, there you go. Hi, Julian, my friend. Okay, so the problem that I'm having, how I discovered that I have a problem is that I'm trying to match up this front and back. This is the actual fabric front and back to the lining front and back. And so, which I've taken apart now. I've taken both of them apart. But when I'm trying to put them back together, now I realize that I don't think that I had it in wrong. And the reason why I'm saying that is because both of my back pieces are the same. And technically they're supposed to mirror each other. They're not supposed to be the same. They're supposed to mirror each other, which is what I had originally. I had to mirror each other. But when I was matching them up to the pattern piece, I don't know, I guess I must have looked at it wrong. It was not mirroring each other, but so now it's clearly wrong because they are exactly the same.
Well, again, that's your lining, flip it. Even if your dart's going to be wrong, flip it.
Just flip it. Don't do it again. Okay.
That's all right. Because nobody, unless, who's up here all up in your body line and it's business.
Right.
Beyond your man. He can do that. He ain't going to say that.
Right. He's not going to say it. Okay. So basically you're saying just leave it as it is. Just pin it, even though it's going to be, the dart is going to be out. It doesn't matter. It's just, because it's going to fit. It's going to fit. Okay. So let me ask you this question since I have you here. I want you to look at this piece too. It's with me. So I'm just going to show you the pattern, you can't really see it from there. Well, anyway, this dress has it's like a collar made into the back of the dress, but the pattern the lining does not have that collar piece in it. And so that's what was causing me a little bit of challenge when I was trying to line.
So what's happening is that, so when you are putting on your bodice, what should be happening is that you should start it on the outside edge, making sure that lines up. Okay.
Okay.
What's probably going to end up happening with that collar piece, you are going to connect it. So it's going to kind of like be baggy. You're going to connect it to that collar piece as well.
Okay.
Right sides together. But when you turn it out, that collar piece is going to roll in, forming that collar.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Kind of. So so basically,
that's my thought without seeing the directions.
Right. So yeah, I mean, something is because so this is the thing. This is much bigger.
Okay.
Than
the
lining.
But
pieces.
The much bigger piece, is that including that collar piece?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so that collar piece has to connect to that line in some way. So probably if you line it up on the other, it's going to be baggy. You're basically going to make a big old, like, bag it out. Then you're going to line up the edges that are not that collar piece together, press it out. That's going to roll that main fabric inside to form that collar.
Okay.
And then you're going to press that. So basically, because if otherwise the collar piece would just have the lining fabric and not the fabric itself.
Okay. That makes sense.
So it's going to be baggy. If from what you're describing, it's going to be baggy.
Until I flip it out.
Until you flip it out and press it.
And to press it, okay. And it's going to be flat. Because it's only a collar in the back, and then the front is...
Show me the line drawing on the back of the pattern.
Okay. If you, oh Lord, let me see if I can get you to see. Is it focused?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's not good.
But so what's basically happening is, like, you need to make sure that, like, your armholes, all that area matches. Everything on the outside of that should match. When it comes to that neck piece and stuff like that, where it's going to be, it's a lot larger. That's what's going to fold in.
That's what's going to fold in. Okay. So what about even at the bottom? Does it matter if the bottom doesn't line up with the bottom? Should that line up too, you think?
So I would start fitting and stuff together at the bottom. Start like the bottom and that other edge. Then once you have done that, you're gonna have to pull it up to match where that collar piece is.
Okay.
So match up the other edges. So the other stuff should match up. Is that collar, like, where you know that that you're making that collar piece and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. That's where it's probably larger, and that's gonna pull in.
Okay.
Gonna like pull wrap around to meet that lighting piece.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think I got it. Thank you, Julian. I appreciate you.
And if I'm gone,
I know.
I'm gonna say about it.
Okay. Thank you, Julian. I appreciate you. All right. All right. I don't know how to get you. Okay, good. He knows how to get himself off. Okay, thank you. All right. So we got some expert opinion weighing in. So I'm gonna put these two pieces back together. It looks like I had it right. I took it apart and probably didn't need to take it apart. And it's killing me. It's killing me that this is wrong. So of course Julian told me leave it, but I can't leave it because it's gonna kill me. It's already killing me that it's green thread in here. So I got to take it apart. Sorry, Jules. Sorry, everybody, but I got to do it. I can't help it. Because it's going to eat me alive, this piece being this way. Two brains is always better than one, especially when somebody is an expert. Says, I have done a whole jacket, didn't see the thread on the other side, and it was all jumbled. Right. Look, I mean, I get it. I'm not to that point where I'm like, oh, I gotta, stick with it. I'm still, I got a lot of patience. And the type A, I've had such a type A personality that, like, I'm telling you right now, it's taken everything in me not to switch this thread and bobbin back to the cream that I'm using this green. It is eating me alive that I'm not doing that. But I'm not. I'm telling myself every 5 seconds, do not do it, do not do it, do not do it. So, but at the end of the day, if I was frustrated, I would be like, oh yeah, I'm leaving it and I'm gonna keep it moving, just like Julian said, keep it moving. But I'm not this time. Now, as we go on and the day night progresses, yeah, I might. But for right now, we're gonna stitch this back, and in green, back to the other way. We're gonna put it back together like we had it, and we're gonna match up the other sides like Julian said. What I've learned in sewing is that there are times where you just have to trust the process. And the more I sew, the more I'm able to get to that point where I could just trust the process. But I still have these moments where it's like, yeah, I haven't done this enough, where this particular thing enough where, with the lining, where the two lining pieces are different. And so you gotta know, like, oh, you know what? If I've done those kind of collars before, then I would be like, oh yeah, okay. I have that. I know how it's supposed to look, so I will feel more comfortable. But once you do it, you develop that level of comfort. Right, Angela, exactly. I'm here like overthinking, and because I don't want to use the seam ripper, I'm like, what do I have to do to avoid to use it? And here I don't use it twice when I had it all along. So, all right, so so the dart should go this way. Okay, here we go. Dart time. So yeah, that's me. That is 100% me. And I am going to end up serging this. So I was trying to wait until I had it together to serge it, but it is really like the thread is starting to come out a lot. So I think I'm just going to end up serging it. All right, press this. All right, third time is the charm, as they say. So you know what? I forgot to ask Julian about the knot. I'll ask him about it next time. You said, yeah, I know, changing them dang on serger threads. But you know what? I use that knot method where you knot it at the top. I use that. Even I have an air threader, and I use that for that, and it does make it easier. I'm definitely makes a difference. Definitely makes a difference. So you don't have to do it. When I had my brother, and I wish I would have known about the knot method back then, because I definitely would have did it. Okay, here we go. Putting these pieces back together. Yep, right sides together, and here we go, stitching this. Got my notches lined up. And stitching this back together. Pivot right here. Perfect. Okay, now we're doing this one. Same thing. Ooh, 10 new messages. Let's see. You said switch it. I would. It's okay. I know. I know. It says. You said, did I do my fabric haul? I did not do my fabric haul from Bali and Singapore and Malaysia yet. I will be doing it. I have been, since I've been back, believe it or not, I have been like literally on the go nonstop. And so I'm just having like my first, this is literally next week is my first week really being home with no travel. Yeah, no travel next week since I've been back. I have been gone every week since I've been back. So I'm excited to do it. I still have it. I haven't touched any of those fabrics from Singapore, Bali, or Malaysia. So I'm excited to kind of show everybody and talk about it. I got, some notes and things like that I want to go in, but I'm definitely going to do it. Just so you do it once in a while so you don't forget. Let me make sure. They said all your type A's. Yes, I'm telling you, I can't, Julian. I wanted to. Look, like I said, it took everything in me not to switch out that thread for the cream thread, because it goes so much better with this brown, and but I was like, I also know people don't want to be on here till midnight. They want to get out early. So I'm trying to be, thoughtful. But if I was in here sewing by myself, let me tell you, you would not see this green thread. It would have been, in fact, it probably would have been brown. Okay, so this is done. Now, back to where we left off. Pick up where we left off. Yeah, Angela, if you look at I think it's called the knot method, or changing, if you just look on YouTube for changing changing serger threads, you will find that knot method. And it definitely makes it easier. You just got to make sure that the knot is tight so that when it's going through the machine that it doesn't come apart. The serger machine doesn't, the knot doesn't come loose. All right, so what it's telling us to do, we back at step 13, which is basically we're taking the line, we're pinning the lining, and it's telling us to do the front sides of the lining. So we are pinning that. So right sides together, and I'm gonna make sure I have the two. So this one is on this one. Okay, here we go. So this one is on this one. Right sides together. And this is the front. So it's saying to pin the line to the bodice front and matching the notches, dots, and shoulder. So I am doing that. All right, I'm starting with this. Got my fingers crossed. Got my dots. I'm definitely going to need to serge this because this lining is just peeling away. My fabric has to be serged too, but all right, so this is the part right here where I'm like, it's not adding up. So much extra fabric. So Julian, I don't know if you could see this, but let me see. Oh yeah, okay, same things. So the iron, this is a Rowenta iron, and it's the bomb. It has so much steam that comes out of it. The steam will burn your fingers. So it's a Rowenta ProMaster XL. Rowenta ProMaster XL. Is Julian there? Oh, you said you could see it. Okay. So here we go. So Julian, here we got right sides together. Let me see. Hold on. Let me hold this so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So this is the, fabric. Here's the lining. It's saying pin the front to the front, which this is the front piece. This is the front piece of the lining. This is the front piece of the fabric. Pinning it together. The problem is that, so here is the end of here's the neckline of the lining, and then the neckline of the front is all the way down here. So it doesn't really line up without having all that extra fabric left. And it shouldn't be that way because when I look at the pattern pieces, so this is the front piece, and this is the back piece. So here, so they are, oh no, that's the front lining. Okay, so this is the front. Oh yeah, these are it. These are the two pieces. So this is the front bodice, and this is the front lining. So they are pretty, they're different sizes. So I don't really know how they're supposed to fit together. Do you have any thoughts, Julian? So they are, that size difference is the same size difference that's here. It's a big difference. I guess unless this is all, you know what? This is the collar. All of this is the collar. So oh, you know what? Okay, I figured it out. Julian. Oh, pull you up. Okay, let me pull you up because let me make sure I figured it out. Okay. I think I figured it out anyway. Okay, so here's the two pieces lined up. Let me show you. This is the lining. This is the front. So this extra piece right here is the collar. And this is where I was trying to bring it up to here, and it doesn't go all the way up there. It's a dot right here. And I'm thinking that this dot on this is supposed to go right here. So I'm only supposed to bring it up to right here, which makes perfect sense.
There you go.
Ah! See, that's what friends are for.
Yes, and this is, and again, everybody, this is why, especially Vogue patterns, the markings are there for reasons.
Yes. And you know what? Here's the marking right here. It's right here. And I just was like, and I was trying to make it line up edge to edge because I felt like that's what I was seeing in the picture, but it's the dot. And so the dot is right here, which is literally where the dot is. So you're right, the dot. So that's the one thing I have to always process in my mind. Sometimes your mind tries to make things fit the way you're used to fitting them. And it's like, nope, I literally have a dot right here and a dot right here. So that's where it's supposed to be right here, because this little extra part is the collar.
There you go. Yep.
Okay. I'm so happy.
And this is for everybody. Everybody.
Yeah.
Pay attention to your dots and your notches.
That's right.
They are important. Your notches usually tell you like front, back, as well as what needs to go to which, but sometimes they don't match up. There are some simplicity patterns, like some men's patterns. The sleeve head, the notches don't match up in my size, but the dots do, and that's what helps make it ease in, or like helps it like I don't need to ease anything. It's smooth sleeve,
smooths it out.
If I match my dots,
look at that. So that's where it's supposed to be, right there. Which is I still can't fully see how it's all gonna match up in the end, but.
So imagine, I think it's probably gonna end up being similar to like my pattern. Where like that is where that ends, but probably the edges of that collar piece are going to match up with the straight edges of that. Okay. And that's what helps start making that back. And that's what's going to make it right. So you're right. So what happens is you're right. I can see it now that you said that, and I remember how yours is. So this, okay. Well, you don't have the other half, but it folds down. So it literally is going to be. That square edge, yeah. Yes. So that's what it is. Okay. All right. Nope. That makes sense. Okay. You good. Thank you, Julie. Okay. Bye. Okay. So look, we got that finally. Okay. So I'm going to stitch this. This is the front piece. And it's basically telling you to stitch from one dot. There's a dot down here to a dot right here. And you are stitching. You're basically stitching that piece. So let me just make sure that I'm doing the right part. Yep. Okay. I feel like that's right. All right. We're going to do this. We're going to make this work. We're going to stitch this at a 1/2 inch. Got right sides together? Yes, we do. Okay. All right, there we go. That's it right there. It is done on that side.
And now I'm about to do this other one. Pin these two pieces together, right sides together. So Joe, the iron, I've had that iron for a long time. It's the iron that I bought to use just on my regular clothes, but that now it's become my sewing iron because the steam on it is like amazing. I do have another iron, one that you put the water in, but it needs too much space, and that one's just the one that I pull out. So the only downside about it is you do have to keep putting water in it because it uses so much water when it gives you steam. But it works so well. Look at that. Just matching up dot to dot. Okay, so it says, after I put this in, the next step, it says, with right sides together, pin the lining to the bodice matching the shoulder seams and stitch the armhole edges. Okay, so I'm gonna stitch this other front, and then we're gonna do the armholes. So just think, we could have been done this part if I would have just trusted the process. We had it right. But it's okay. All right, that's done. That part is done too. Okay, so now it says, with right sides together. Hi, Auntie Carol. With right sides together, we're going to pin the lining to the bodice, matching the notches and the shoulder seams, and we are going to stitch the armholes. Okay, so back to right sides together. And now we're going to do these armholes. Which, I don't know how they want us to do these armholes when we don't even have a full armhole together. All right, let me match this all up. I'm going to match the shoulder seams first. Julian, I hope you're on standby. I might need you again. I might need you again. Hi, Miss Alethea. How are you doing? Are you working on anything tonight? Let's see. Okay. Might be working. So we are doing, there's no pattern. We are doing Vogue 1953. And we're doing view A, but the length of view B. So 1953. Make sure you can see that. Is that too much light? Here we go. 1953 Vogue. You say you're working on client stuff. Okay. Oh, you said Miss Carol's in here too. Oh, that's right. Okay, Auntie Carol, hope you on standby. I might need your help. I mean, I think I got it. I think I got this, but this is a little tricky. This is definitely one of those patterns that you like, oh goodness. I wish that there was a sew along so you could work through some of the little, tricky parts. And just understanding the pictures don't really help you figure it out. That's the problem. They don't really help you figure out how it's all supposed to fit together. So you just trying to figure it out on your own. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All right. So I am pinning these armholes together, right sides together. And you know what I'm getting ready to do? Before I ask for any help, let me just, because I think I might be able to figure it out. Let me just see. So I see how this is supposed to fit together. Figure this out. This is the back, bodice back to the bodice front. So the same situation, it's the same thing. It does not go all the way to the top. Okay. So don't try to make it go all the way to the top because it's not supposed to go all the way to the top. So this is supposed to only go to here. Okay. You know what? Okay. All right, I think I figured it out. I'm gonna show you in a minute. Let me just make sure. I do love. Thank you. I love this dress. If I can figure it out, It's gonna be worth the wear for sure. If I can get it all figured out, which I think I am, slowly but surely getting it figured out. Okay. I appreciate all of y'all logging in and checking in. Okay. So what I figured out about this pattern. So this pattern has a built-in collar in it. And so what I was trying to do, what I realized what I was doing wrong is I was trying to match things up with this top part, which is not right because this is the collar. This fits with the other side to make this collar, which I believe ultimately like folds over and then it wraps around the neck, kind of like that, right? And so that means this is the shoulder piece. So I was trying to match things up to this, and that was what got me so confused. So even now that I'm trying to match up the armholes, what I'm realizing now is that again, you can't match it up to this. Here is the shoulder right here. So when I'm matching up the back to the front, this is why my my lining is smaller because it doesn't have this collar piece to it. So it should be lined up with this part. So, but what complicates that a little bit is that the part that you're lining it up with also, it's folded because it's where you have those soft pleats at. So it's not just a nice clean edge, it's folded because it has all those pleats in it. So it's looking like this a little bit. It's got two pleats in it. One right here. I can fold it. And then it has a second one. Anyway, it's got two pleats. And so it doesn't look like a shoulder. It doesn't look like a shoulder. So as I'm trying to match it up, that's what's got me so confused because it doesn't look like a shoulder piece. It looks not like a shoulder piece, basically. That's how I could describe it. So yeah, that is what is supposed to be going down. So you've got this other folded part up here, but then your fabric is not, it is lining up, but it's not a clean, you just have to figure out where it goes. And I've just figured it out. So I didn't have to use a lifeline to figure that out. And I'm sure they're happy about that. Okay. All right, so I'm about to let me see. So the other part that I need to figure out is how. So I have how the front and the back fit together here. I'm just using the pattern to line this up because it does make it a little bit easier to line it up. Pleat. Oh, it goes this way. Pleat to here. And then pleat to here. And then this goes right here. And then, so that's the front to the back. And that's what I just did. Okay. So I need to seam rip this out because I did attach it to the wrong part. Okay. We're going to get this. I'm making the mistake so you don't have to. No, it's not. It's just got a lot of steps to it. All right. All right, so now I'm taking this out. So the fabric that I originally attached the shoulder seam to the collar. I'm taking that out and I'm attaching the back shoulder seam to the front shoulder seam. And then I'm going to have that collar piece kind of sticking out. Wow, now that I got that sorted out, the rest should go pretty smooth. All right, there we go. So now this fits together so perfectly. Even the notches line up. See how that works? All right, so I'm about to stitch this together just like that, really quickly. That's perfect. Let me just make sure. While I have it open, I'm going to just make sure. Okay. Yep. Okay, that's perfect. All right. Okay, and okay. So now that I've gotten that shoulder seam right, now it will line up perfectly. That armhole will line up almost perfectly. It's not perfectly, but it definitely is better than it was. So we're going to leave it like that. And I'm going to stitch around this armhole, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. And then I am going to serge it just to make it nice and clean. Hey, Joshie. Welcome. Thank you for coming on. All right. And then I'm going to tell you what I did too. Ooh, that was something working through that. But I'm glad we did. Okay. So now that I've matched up the armholes right, or the shoulder seams right, you can see that it makes like a perfect, this is the armhole. So it didn't line up exactly. My lining doesn't line up exactly to, but you won't be able to see it. It's not going to be a big deal once the collar is on and it's right side out. So you won't be able to tell. Okay, so now I'm going to do the other side, same way. I need to match up this because I connected the shoulder seam to the collar. I need to take that out and stitch it back to the shoulder seam. And then I will stitch around the armholes. And we'll be ready to move on to the next step. So I was saying earlier, for those that might have joined a little bit later, you know, one of the things that I did do with this pattern is I realized that my sizing is a size 16. In this pattern, I bought it in a size 6 to 14, so it wasn't quite right. So I did my measurements and I ended up adding basically measurements in certain parts of the pattern to build it out to where it would be a size 16. So I've never done anything like that before. Not the way I did it this time, just actually doing it on the pattern itself. So I'm fingers crossed that it's going to work. But if I do have to take some in, which I think if there's any issue, that would be what it would be. It shouldn't be too much. And I don't think it should be too difficult to do either. All right, so I'm pinning this. Shoulder seam on now. Matching it up to the shoulder. Hey, Cynthia. Thank you for joining. I'm working on Vogue 1953, and I'm currently working on the bodice, pinning the lining to, well, I'm doing the shoulder seam, and then I'm finishing pinning the lining to the bodice. We had a couple of glitches along the way, but we have since figured it out, which I'm very excited about. Thanks to my dear friend Julian and, reading some of the things, we were able to figure it out. Oh, it's on that side. That's why I can't see it. I was like, why does this look so different? All right, that is done. And now we are going to, did I get both of these in there? Yep, I did. Okay, and now we're going to line up this front, line up these armholes. Oh, right sides together, that's why. I'm like, why is this not lining up? Okay, right sides together. Boom, there we go. Let me just pin and stitch. Ooh, that was something. So I usually try to do a muslin before, and this is one of the reasons why I do, just because it makes it so much easier to walk through it. I have another pattern coming up that is a little bit more, again, another average difficulty pattern, not an easy, and I'm definitely going to do a muslin with that because is that what it looks like on this side too? Oh, it does, okay. Because it will make it so much easier when we get on live. Yes, thank you. So girl, I'm so glad I figured it out too. With help, for sure. Thank you, Cynthia. This was something I had. So one of my goals is to use my stash, especially since I've bought all this new fabric lately. Is to definitely work my way through the stash. And I bought 5 yards of this from Joann's is where I believe I got it. So I think it's really going to look good with this pattern. Okay. All right, we got this armhole together. Make this stitch. And then we'll be able to move on to the next step. me see. Okay. Not too bad. Okay, there we go. So we have done these two arms. And I'm gonna move these pattern pieces out the way because I think we should be done with those pattern pieces. And so the next step is that we are, let me see, we have put the right sides together, we stitched up the armholes. It's telling us to understitch the armhole lining as far as possible. And then we're gonna turn it right side out. So the one thing that I'm gonna look at what it says for B, because we didn't use the that little modesty patch, our two sides are not connected. So in view A, it is connected by the that little modesty patch that's in the middle. It is connected, and we don't have that connection. So I'm gonna go back and look and see if, in fact, we're supposed to connect it, how we're supposed to connect these pieces, since we are not I'm not doing that modesty piece because I'm technically doing view B. And I'm also going to serge this. So the lining is shredding. I mean, terrible. It's like the fabric shredding too, but nowhere near like the lining. So I'm just going to serge this one edge that I've combined. I just want to serge it just to get a nice clean finish. Especially since I feel pretty confident that it's together correctly and doesn't have to be taken apart. All right, and then I'm just going to serge this piece, that armhole. All right, so we have serged that. I'm gonna serge this piece, and we don't have to worry about all those pieces shredding. And as I connect it, I'm gonna keep serging them, just because again, this fabric shreds a lot. Yeah, if I would have had more time, I would have serged each piece individually, but I just didn't have the time to be able to do it. But this is definitely that kind of fabric that you have to, I would say pinking it is probably not even going to be enough because it's just shredding so much. that's done. Okay. So those pieces are serged. Okay, now let me just go back and make sure that I didn't miss anything. So dress front, A, B, view A only, so we didn't do that. Okay, so I'm assuming we didn't miss anything because it does not tell us to connect those pieces. So understitch the armhole lining, which, am I going to be able to do that? Nope, because I serged it off. I guess I could still do it because I have some left over. All right, I'm going to do an understitch. So understitch, I'm going to do a quick understitch for the armhole. Yeah, you says it is an average. Yeah, it is average. So it has a little bit more. I feel like the average, what I'm noticing, so usually I try to do a beginner's or what is it, easy pattern. But what I notice is they don't give you as much instruction, and the pictures aren't, the steps I think are sometimes the pictures will show multiple steps together. So if you need more clear instructions, when you get to average, you might not get that clear instruction that you get on an easy pattern where it's really breaking it down step by step. You got a picture for every step. You ever sewn their easy ones? I feel like I have done an easy pattern of theirs before. I think one of the patterns that I picked, I have to look and see. But you're right, to your point, this is Vogue, so I'm speaking in general, so that's a great point. I would guess their easy ones are more average, and the average ones are probably a step away from advanced. You're probably right. You are probably right. Because Vogue, they have a little bit more challenging patterns. That's for sure. Okay, I think I've done, what I can do. Let me see, this armhole. Might be able to do. Yeah, I think I've done what I could do. Okay, so that you can't really get but so much into the understitching because it's kind of closed up on the one side. All right, I'm gonna do this one same way as much as I can. You know what? Let me do it this way. This one's easy. This way is easier. Okay, I think we'll finish this understitching a little bit more. All right. Okay, understitching of the armhole is done. And now it's saying turn right side out, pulling back out and backs through shoulders. So let me pull this. I guess I could put this easier to probably pull this way. Uh-oh, did I stitch something that wasn't supposed to be stitched? Yep. I got something caught in there. Or maybe not. No, that's the way it's supposed to be. All right. Yeah. So why wasn't this? All right, let's see. Here we go. All right, I feel like something happened here. It did. Let me do this one first and see. Yep, it did. I can already tell just because this is different. All right, this is how it's supposed to. Okay. I gotta press it, but yeah, this is how it's supposed to look. And then I gotta press it all out. So I'm gonna do that first, and then you'll really be able to see how it's supposed to look. But that's kind of how it's supposed to look. So this is one side. You can't really see it. Let me press it out. But before I do that, I need to fix this because I think when I was understitching, I think I got a little piece caught in there. So I need to fix that. Hi, Monique. Right, Angela, that's what I'm realizing. It does not give you that full direction that you need to kind of help you like know exactly what you need to do. So you spend time trying to figure it out. I feel like that what we did a little bit earlier, which was, kind of taking it out, putting it back, was all because of not really having clear directions. And so, I mean, it's part of the process. It's not the worst thing that could happen in the world, but it happened and it, delayed us probably 30 minutes or so, just trying to figure out what we were supposed to be doing. So you are right about that. Okay. I'm just fixing this piece. Okay. So let me see. What did I? this is where it got attached. But it was that piece, and it really was this piece. But I couldn't see it. So when I was doing that understitching, I got a little piece that shouldn't have been. There we go. Now that's out. But I do need to make sure this is secure. So let me just going to stitch this back. Okay, I'm just fixing this one I took out so I can fix the other. All right, now we're going to flip it inside out. And we're going to press so that we should be able to see what this is supposed, these two arm pieces are supposed to look like. So I'm going to turn it on the lining side. And I see I got another little piece in here that's, I'm going to have a little folded piece that I'm just going to clip this one. Oops. There we go. Yep, I'll take this. I just want this to lay flat, and it got a little crinkle under there, so I'm just going to take some stitches out so it'll lay flat when I press it. All right, there we go. All right, come on, iron. And I'm actually going to spread this out. The serger over. Move all these pieces, and I'm going to open this up. And we're going to press these out so we can get a feel for it. So the good news is that I did do the lining of the skirt, the bottom half already, so barring any mistakes, we will only be stitching together the skirt, which is always easier than doing the bodice. It just is. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it definitely is a little harder to iron this when you don't have the understitching because it helps to lay it out much flatter. All right, one half done, one side done of one half. Okay, we're not doing too bad on time. It's only 9:45. If I ever have to make this again, I definitely will. It won't take as much time because I know there are all the little where all the parts are that will trip you up. Okay. And then just let me, I'm gonna press this front part a little bit. Well, maybe not. Well, maybe so. Oh, this is beautiful. This fabric is just beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna put it on one of my dress forms. This one's probably the easiest one to take off. So let me see which. Okay, this is the front. Oh, and I guess this goes on this side because the armhole has nothing here. Okay, so let me bring this over here so you can see it. This is one side, one half of one side that eventually will get put together. But there is that extra piece that was up here. This is what's going to make the collar piece. So you can get a feel for how it's coming together. One side. And I'm about to do the other side. So I'm going to push this over here and I'm going to press this side out. So you can kind of get a feel for it. Hi, Jalen. Send me a picture of Jalen so I can see him when I get off live. Jalen, if you had 1,000 followers, I would let you up. Yeah, so you can kind of start to see it now. Like this piece right here will go around the neck. Let me pull it over here so everybody can see. this piece, you can't really see it, but it's going to make its way around. It's going to make a collar around the neck. That's the piece that was getting me all tripped up. And then this will come together on the side, and then the dress will come down here. We are not going to do the belt. So there is a belt also that goes to this. We're not going to do the belt one live. I meant to say that in the beginning, just because that's its own live doing that belt. I mean, it won't take long. It's not a long process, but we're talking about Vogue, and the instructions are not all that great. So I need to figure it out myself. So probably what I'll do is, especially since I have a little bit more time in the next couple of weeks because I'm not traveling for work, is I'll probably just record myself doing the belt for this dress. Thank you. I do. I'm so excited about this fabric. You have no idea. I am so excited. It's especially seeing it on here now. I feel like just doesn't do it any justice in what it looks like in person. It is so bright, but it's bright with the colors that I like. So if you know me, you know I love like blacks, but I also like my next favorite colors are like hunter green and browns and mustards, and I love those colors. So like the navy blues, like this is what I call color, spring colors, like dark, not too colorful, but I don't know. Anyway, I love it. And as much as they're like darker colors, the blue, that the kind of that mustard pulls, in that light pink kind of make it, pulls it out, makes it a lot brighter. Thank you, Angela. I feel like this is not flowing the way it's supposed to. I don't like this. So undo it. I put this stitch in here and I just don't like the way it's flowing in the front. It's a little more restrictive, so I'm just taking some of it out. I hope that if anyone does decide to make this dress, that this sew along definitely helps you move through the process. I feel like if I ever make this dress again, it definitely will not take this long, because I know, again, some of those little areas that I won't make the same mistakes twice, so to speak. So I'm hopeful that if someone does make it, which I hope you do, that you will be like, okay, I remember this part. And of course, don't ever hesitate, like if you are making it, to direct message me on any one of my platforms and say, hey, I'm making this, I have a question or something like that. What did you do at this part or that part? I'm more than happy to, oh yeah, okay, I like this better. It's much, much better. More than happy to kind of share any of the little tidbits, especially because this video is likely to be really long. Even though you can kind of go through it, you can speed through it on, like, if you watch it on a YouTube or Facebook, which it is going to be posted on both of those platforms. You can go to it and and see it, but sometimes it's quicker to just ask, which I don't mind. All right, let's get this pressed down. Right, it is. You're right. It could be, this dress could be dressed up, depending on the fabric. And this is definitely a much more, I would say, dressier fabric than the one that's on the pattern. But you could also use something that's a little bit more, simple. Like I actually almost did a turquoise fabric, which would have probably given a much more casual look than what this fabric is giving. All right, I think you got it. Press down enough. How am I doing this? Am I doing this like this? No, this can't be right. Okay, here we go. I was getting nervous. I was like, what is happening? Is this wrong? But if you can see this, hold on, let me fix it. So you can kind of see how it's going to flow together. Or you can kind of get a little bit of a feel for how it is going to be. So that will come down like that, and this piece will come down like that. And of course, they'll connect on the sides. You can kind of get a feel. That's how it will look. It's got the gathering already at the bottom. So it'll be connected like that. So that will all be connected. So that's how it will be looking. So that's pretty much, well, the bodice isn't finished. We still have to stitch up the sides and the back, which I'm assuming that is going to be the next step, but let's see. All right, so we've turned it right side out. We've pressed it, and it is saying, let's see, turn right side out, pulling it back through the shoulders, turn the front lining to the inside, folding the bodice front facing along the fold line, baste, and then pin the lining to the neck edges. Okay, so we are, another little tricky instructions. Okay, so we're going to turn the front lining to the inside. So let me make sure I have, what is the front? This is the front. Turning the lining to the inside. How am I doing that when it's all stitched? I guess I'm just turning it to the inside, folding the bodice front facing along the fold line. So I'll get these pattern pieces back, and this is the bodice front. All right, this is the bodice front. And the fold line is here. So what am I doing? I am turning, folding the bodice front facing along the fold line. Okay, so that would be this. Press and baste the lower edge. Okay, so this is the fold line right here. We're going to press and then we're going to baste it, which is interesting. And is it on the right side when I'm doing that? It is, okay. Just make sure I didn't take in too much. It is about 2.5 inches. 2.5 inches, and this is so we gotta make it 2.25 inches. So that's 2.25. Okay. Hi, Kim. Hi, Miss Kim. And how many pieces are to the pattern? So it is, the skirt has a front, a back, and a side. So those are 3 pieces. And the top has a front and a back bodice, and then it has a front and back lining piece. So 5. And then it also has a belt piece. 6 pieces, 7 pieces. So there's 7 pieces. So it's not that many pieces, believe it. It's not that many pieces. It's just this bodice is, the instructions to kind of put it together are a little interesting. Oh, you said no, how many pieces to the pattern? So you said no, just the bodice. Oh, just the bodice that I just ironed. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pieces because it's the front. It's the the front and back, and then the front and back lining. So 4 pieces. And the back pieces are the same for the lining and the front. The lining and the fabric. And then the front pieces, you have a separate piece for the bodice and a separate piece for the lining. And that's because, separate piece for the fabric and separate piece for the lining of the front of the bodice. And that's because there's a collar. And there's no collar in the lining. So there's a fold line in the front, and it's telling me to fold, press, and baste it. So I'm going to do that at the bottom. So I just folded it, pressed it, and I'm about to baste it. And I just want to make sure that I am only basting it at the bottom. Pin line to neck edge, having raw edges even. Okay, full baste the lower edge. Okay. So I am just basting this lower edge first. And turn it to 5, which is what my basting stitch is. Right, and then it's saying, so I've basted that, and then it is saying to pin the lining to the neck edge, having raw edges even. So pin the lining to the neck edge. Okay. So here's the lining on that side to the neck. So this is where it gets tricky because it's telling me pin the lining to the neck edge, and I'm like, okay, is that making raw edges even. Let me think about what they could be talking about here. When all else fails, get out the pattern and match it up. Yeah, are we almost done? Yeah, we are. We have two more steps in the bodice part before we move to the skirt, which is pretty straightforward. Trying to think, the bodice to the neck edge, and I don't see where that is. I mean, the lining to the neck edge. Trying to figure this piece out. Okay, so that is how we got that. Pin the lining to the neck. Oh, okay, I get it. So they're saying pin. I think I get it. I think this is what they're saying. I think this is what this is saying. Pin this to this. All right, I'm gonna pin this, but I'm not gonna do anything else with it. I think this is what it's saying. And this to this. I'm gonna get Julian to come back on here and help us with this piece. And then it says turn lining down and press. No, that ain't right. That ain't right. This is the collar. This is the collar piece, and this is gonna go like that. And I believe this this way. Okay, I'm trying to figure this little part out, another little tricky part. We might have to call a lifeline in, but I'm gonna pin this first. And I feel like this is right. I feel like that's right, but I'm not gonna do anything with it. And I'm gonna do the other side. Then we're gonna call our lifeline in. All right, so here's the front. Pull this. So it says turn front line to the inside. And have a fold line. So the fold line is right here. So we're doing the same thing we did on the other side, which is creating the fold line, which we're going to do 2 1/4 inches. We're going to fold and press. Okay, here we go. Oh, it says reinforce at the dot, then snip to the dot and pivot around to sew. Okay. Thank you, Julie. I'm so glad you came on. Don't leave yet, Julian. I'm gonna press this and then I'm gonna go back to that part and look for those dots that you just said. I'm just pressing this to the fold line. Okay. And I'm going to just do that basting stitch right here. The bottom. Okay, Julian, now I'm ready. So you said reinforce at the dot. So let me find my dot. So you're saying my dot on my lining. You say you still here. Okay. Let me get, oh, thank you, Julian. I need you. I need you.
All right.
Okay.
So let's look at the pattern piece again, just to make sure that we are on the right track.
So this.
No, not the pattern piece, your instructions. I need to see a picture of your instructions.
Oh, the instructions. Okay. So the let me move this camera. I mean, this out the way so you can see better. So the instruction piece, let me see which one we are on. We're on, okay, number 16. Can you see it? Or should I move it?
Nope, that's good.
Okay.
So basically what you're doing is that once you have your piece, you're trying to make sure that you're kind of getting a good angle around from your collar edge matching with your lining piece. So if you hold it up again on your instructions, it looks like it is a square. Am I correct?
Yes. Oh, okay. Let me hold it up again so you can see it.
Okay, yeah.
Can you
so
see
it
it?
looks like it's that similar square. So basically, you are doing similarly to what you did to mine, but also look at piece number 17 because it looks like it gives you instructions on how to maneuver it.
Open the lining sides, pin the back to the front at the sides, matching the notches in the seams, and then pin the lining edges together. Turn the lining down and press. So open the lining sides. Okay. So the other thing is that picture that I showed you.
Yeah.
I don't know that it makes such a difference to you, but that little that modesty piece at the bottom that's connecting the two pieces, I'm not doing that. So
correct.
Okay, so that part is not there.
Yeah, I was looking literally just at the top.
At the top. Okay, just look at the top. Okay. So all right. So here is the top piece. So do I need to put both of the pieces together to form that box?
I tell you, this is real origami.
Huh?
I'm trying to understand it, and it's real origami. It's just a lot of. It's a lot.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it is a lot, right?
All right, so let's go back to the instructions again, and let's reread just to make sure and focus on how they want you to connect that collar, that top edge piece of that collar piece. Read that again.
Okay. You want me to show it to you or just read it to you?
Read it.
Okay. So it says turn the right side. Okay, so I already did that part. I did that. Okay. So basically the part that I haven't done is pin lining to neck edge, having raw edges even. That's what I don't know what the neck edge is. So I did what do you call it? So I folded this piece down, which basically did what you said, which is took half of that piece that was wide and folded it under, which basically creates this, this is that, this is going to be that piece. Yeah. So I folded it under, I basted it at the bottom. So it's like a permanent, it'll stay folded until I permanently stitch it to the dress. But
all right. And that's on one side.
This is one side. Yes. And then the other side is the same. But here is when it says pin lining to neck edges. I don't know, because is this not the neck edge? The lining, I don't know what the neck edge is. So let me show you the inside of this. So this is the inside.
Looking at that picture, they want you to do it all at once. Like this should the fronts, what do they have you connect both front bodices, like both sides of your front bodice together?
It's connected to the dress. So they don't connect. So this is all open. So the only other thing that I saw in here somewhere, which is what I thought how you do it, is to these pieces right here. I thought they wanted you to take it, fold it like this, and then stitch it. But then I still don't get how it comes together.
So the way that you put this dress on in the back, it doesn't just go over your head, or is there like a little?
It's a zipper.
Okay, but what about at the neck edge?
It's all connected.
Okay.
So the whole back comes together.
So what we're needing to do, from looking at that picture, they have it where it's all connected.
Okay, so I need to connect the back piece because the back is all. So let me just show you this. The back of this dress Oh, actually, you know what? I got a better picture I can show you. Oh, wait a minute. Why you do that? Okay. Can you see? Oh, why are you trying to tell me stuff? Okay. Can you see that? That's the back.
All right. Oh, so the back is like closed. I thought
It's
the back
closed.
was
It's a zipper.
Oh.
It's a zipper.
And the zipper goes all the way up the
It goes
back.
all the way to, but not the collar. So the collar is basically just you. I have a hook and eye to go to the collar.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, like how that was together.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, now let's hold it open again. So that's the neck edge.
Right. Okay. So here's the.
Yes.
Right. Here's the neck edge. So the instructions are telling me to pin the lining to neck edge, and I'm like, well, the lining don't.
So that's the collar piece. So let's say it to your neck edge. So
neck edge. Okay.
Piece that's hanging down, that's your neck edge.
This.
Yes. So pin that to your lining. Right sides together.
Right sides together. Okay. Pin this piece. Okay. Let me see how that will fit. Okay. That dang on collar, boy, it's gonna be the death of me.
So yeah, literally, if you have some clips, take a clip and just put that collar out the way. It seems like, because
it's just getting in the way.
Yeah,
it's just getting in the way.
And then in that other stuff, you see what that does.
What I'm feeling. Okay.
I have to go ride with somebody something real fast.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
But go ahead and try that.
And okay. All right. Okay. Yep.
Bye, y'all.
Thank you, Jules. Okay. So this is the neck. And here is, and he said right sides together. Let me see. Is it right sides together? I guess it is. So, I feel like it's supposed to be this piece right here because it's almost the same. This is tricky. Another little tricky piece. You know, let me see. I'm gonna move this out the way. Right sides together. Let me see if I do right sides together. I don't like this part. It's giving me a hard time. I can kind of see how it's all going to come together, but it is. Okay, I feel like this is what it's supposed to be like. I'm just going to clip this and see. Julian said this is too many steps, and it is, but it's okay. We're working through it, and we're gonna have a beautiful dress in the end. Beautiful dress when we all said and done. Okay. So I feel like I'm just trying to see. So Julian, I'm just playing around, not playing around, but I'm just trying to see how this is coming together with these two pieces. Clipped. Just playing around with it just to kind of see what exactly is it doing. The only other thing I could think of, because you said right sides together. So if I do that, how do I? Okay, maybe it's like this. Just like, how is that? Okay. They're just giving us a run for our money. All right. Well, this piece did line up with this perfectly. I mean, it's not pretty looking, but it did line up. So pin lining neck edges, having raw edges even. Okay, let's say that this is what we've done. And then it says open lining at the sides. Okay, I've done that. Pin back to front at sides. Pin back to the front. At the sides. Okay, so that would be here. Open line at the sides, pin the back to the front, the sides, matching notches and seams. Pin, okay, so pin the back to the front at the sides. So I'm gonna clip those. So at this point, we have stitched nothing. We just clipped a whole lot of things together. And it's saying stitch together in one continuous seam. Okay, so I see what they're saying right here. Stitch this together, one continuous seam. Okay, that I can do. Okay. Also, when in doubt, baste. Oh yeah, okay. That's what we get ready to do, Julian. We are gonna baste. We're gonna baste this. We are gonna baste this. So, okay, so let me just show you what I've done at this point. And turn lining down, then press. Okay, so it says open the lining at the side. So we did pin that neck edge together, and it's in the middle somewhere in there. We pinned it together, right sides together. It's in here, in the middle. It's inside here. And then we opened up the sides, and we've opened up the sides, and we have pinned the front to the back, where we've clipped it, and then we clip the sides, and it's telling us to basically stitch in one continuous stitch down basically the lining, and it'll keep going straight till we get to the end. So we're going to baste stitch this, and then we're going to turn the lining down. I feel like this part is right. We're going to baste stitch this, but it still didn't tell us what to do with the neck other than pin it. Lining to the neck edges. So maybe we're just getting it out the way. All right, here we go. We're going to do a base stitch. We got it set at 5. And we're going to do a base stitch. All right, and okay, we base stitch. Now we're going to turn it right out, and this is what it looks like. Okay. This is what it looks like. Let me see. I'm going to put it on this dress form so you can see. I feel like it's coming together. And this is the neck piece. So they haven't told us to base that part yet, but the neckline part, oh yeah, that's going to be fine. Okay, I see. So you can't see it because I have it turned inside out, but this is that neckline piece that they was telling us to do. It's right in here, and it's folded inside. It's got clips in it. So I feel like that's going to be fine once that's together. All right, so we got that part done. We're going to do the same thing on this side. Same thing. All right, let me take this pin out and this pin out. And we're going to line up this with, okay, where's the back? Okay, here we go. Right sides together. We are basically pinning, or clip, in our case, we're going to clip the lining to the neckline. Lining up the raw edges. And it does line up perfectly. So that's great news. All right. So we've done that. And now we're going to open up the lining. And we're going to do right side to the right side. Is that right? All right, let's see. Boom, open it up that way. They said open up the lining. Okay, here we go. So this and this. Here we go. So I'm pinning these, pinning the front to the back at the side, or clipping in this case. And then I'm doing the same thing with the lining. And it's lining up, and then I'm actually gonna stitch it because it's working. And one continuous stitch. Okay, here we go. So we got it lined up. And I'm getting ready to stitch this. And so I'm gonna put it back at 2.5 because that's my stitch. And then I'm actually gonna serge it too. So that it can stop all this. Okay, I've done that, and now I'm going to serge this. And then it's telling me to turn line down, press. Okay. Which we can do after we serge this. We can serge this piece. We're going all right, there we go. That looks so good already. We're going to press this. Oh yeah, that looks great. That looks great. Julian, I don't know if you can see it, but it is looking great. I'm just going to press this. Actually, I'm going to do the other one, then I'm going to press them both. So I'm going to stitch this. This just has a basting stitch in it right now, and we're going to put a regular permanent stitch in it. Let me just loosen this so it can lay flat. Sometimes these basting stitches will start to gather. All right, there we go. right, and now we're going to do a regular stitch. All right, and now we're going to serge this excess fabric off. We're going to turn it over and we're going to press it. Okay, boom. And now we're going to press. So move all this out the way. Turn this right side out. We will press this. Okay, we're making progress, people. We are making progress. Okay. This is the part that we just did, which is the side seam. It's looking good. Alright, so that's done. Now I'll press this part. Same thing. Just pressing that side seam. It's looking good. It's coming together. It's as challenging as it is, it's coming together. Okay. Now, what are we at? Now we are at step, let's see, 18. Pin lining to bodice at lower edge, matching centers, seams, dots, adjust gathers, and baste. Okay. So, but it still didn't tell us what to do with this pin back to front to sides, pin lining to neck. It didn't tell us what to do with this, the lining that we pinned to the neck. I'm going to stitch it. I'm going to base stitch it. Because once I close this up, then we're not going back to that section. So where is it? So we almost have to stitch it. I'm gonna stitch it because we're not coming back to it. It's just gonna be, those pins are gonna be pinned in there. I hope you do make it. I hope you do. You know what? I feel like working through these I feel like the dress is not that difficult. It is just trying to understand the instructions is probably the most challenging piece. So hopefully, that's why I said I hope these instructions do help someone. I know one thing, now that I'm making it, I can definitely do it again with much less difficulty. All right, so I'm stitching together front to back the lining to the neckline. We can already make that happen. It doesn't tell us to stitch it. It says pin it, but we have to almost stitch it because we don't go back to this section. We can already close it up. I have to use pens. So I'm pinning this since I took all the clips out. Why, I don't know, but I did. So I'm pinning it. It's easier to stick the pins under the sewing machine. All right, here we go. Putting this under here. We're going to stitch it down. All right, we did that. It's a done deal. And we're going to turn it inside out and see what we got. Right side out, rather. Okay, I think. All right, I feel like this is what it's supposed to be. You can't really see it, but I feel like this is what it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to see how this collar is going to fit together. So the piece that we just stitched is right here, and I feel like that piece is right. Because how else will you, when else will you stitch that? So it's going to be like that. But this one piece, I want to take loose. So I don't like the way it fits together. All right, I think that's it. So I feel like there was a part where I had to stitch along the shoulder, and I think I made that stitch too long, so it was pulling another piece, and I just made it a little shorter. All right, I feel like I like this better. Still don't really not sure how this is gonna all fit together, but I think it will fit together at some point. Nope, let me turn this right here. All right, we're gonna do this piece. Same way, we're gonna stitch this. And then we're gonna move on to the next part, which is basically basting everything at the bottom so that we can attach it to the skirt. Hey, hello. Hi, Grace. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate you hanging in there. Check back because you'll see the final dress when I finish. Good night. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. I know it's been a journey. It has been a journey. Okay, so we are just stitching this lining to the neck edge, which we pinned or clipped earlier. I'm now pinning it because it's easier to fit it under the sewing machine. But we are going to stitch these pieces. There we go. right, here we go. Let's stitch this. Move all this out the way. This is very tricky trying to line this up on this little teeny piece. But I'm going to get it. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. So that is done. And now we are turning this right side out. And we're going to baste stitch. Line everything up, and then we're going to baste stitch along the bottom, because this is how it's going to fit. Oh yeah, that's lining up perfectly. This is how it's going to fit onto the skirt. So I'm basically doing a base stitch along this bottom. So I am going to just clip. And after I base stitch this, I'm going to serge this too. And then we move on to the skirt. I believe we move on to the skirt. Yes, we move on to the skirt because the zipper is the last thing that goes in, because it goes down to the skirt too. So I wonder why they didn't make us pin line to the bodice at the lower edge, matching the center, seams, dots, adjust gathers, and base. Oh, they have us based around this entire piece, like one single piece. This whole thing. Okay, so let me make sure this is going to be right. this is the part that I'm like, okay. Okay, that's the front. This is the back. So this is where the zipper is going. Why do I feel like this is restricted? I am just taking out the stitch because I feel like I might have stitched over just a little bit too much. It's not lining up. All right, this is close enough. Just a little bit more. All right. Okay. I think just trying to figure out this one little piece. Okay, that looks great. So maybe this has a fold line too. Let's see this back piece. Oh, this is the front. And this is the back. It does not have a fold line. It's like there's a little bit of extra fabric, but it's not lining up right. Julian, can you hear me? Can you see me? I don't know if you can hear me. There's this one little piece before I stitch this bottom part up. There's one little piece that I want to make sure is right before I stitch it up. Okay. While we're waiting for Julian to come back, because I know he had to run out. Hi, Rosemina. Thank you for joining. Thank you, So Girl, for all the likes. Guess what we're about to do? we are about to stitch this skirt together because that's like the end. That is really the end. Okay, so we are going to stitch pieces, which is 5 to piece 5 to both piece 6. So this is piece 5, which is one single piece. It's piece 5. And piece 6 is 2 pieces that we are going to pin together. Let me just make sure that I have my notches in here for piece. So let's see, 1. You said it's so easy now, right? I know, the skirt is the easy part. Thank goodness for that. Okay, so this is piece 6. And okay, so I have 1. Okay, here we go. So I got my notches. And I just want to make sure that on my double side, because I do love this dress has like a nice little high slit, and I want to make sure that I have that because I want that piece. I don't want to stitch past that. So I just need to make sure okay, so I'm moving this out the way, and now I'm about to pin right sides together, piece 6 to piece 5, lining up my one side has a double notch and one side has a single notch. So I'm doing my double notches on this side. We are clipping this. We're in the home stretch. Yeah, so the bottom is actually, it is pieces 5, 6, and 7. So it's like a front, a side, and a back. But it's not, it's not too complicated because I already did so it has a lining too, which I already did. Yay for that, right? That's a Vogue pattern for you, boy. They do linings in the bodice, linings in the dress. They like, when we tell you making a dress, you making a dress, like a store-bought dress. All right, so I'm clipping this. Am I clipping it? Okay, here we go. Yes, I love this fabric. I'm telling you, I don't know what took me so long to use it. I think for a minute I forgot I had it. And then I was looking for, do I have something that's as many yards as I needed to do? All right, here we go. We're about to we are going to stitch this, and then we are going to serge this too, because this fabric also kind of starts coming unraveled. Not as much as the lining fabric, but it definitely will. Wait till this comes together. It's going to really be beautiful. Yes, it does. They do. They really do. Now let me make sure, because I don't want to make any mistakes unnecessarily. So this is the lining. It's big. And I just want to make sure that I put the slit in the same spot. So put the slit where it is 2. Where there's 2 on that side too. Feel like, let me see, how else can I tell where I put this slit at. This one has the 1 to the 2. This one has. I'm just making sure that I put the slits on the same side as the lining and the fabric, because that would be a seam ripper moment. Okay, so it is this part. It is this part, okay. Did I do that right? I'm having a rough night. I stitched this backwards. I think I've used the seam ripper more with this dress than I've used in the last few things that I've made. Oh my goodness. Why? I need a glass of wine, right? I do. I do need a glass of wine. Maybe I'll get a glass of wine. That might make me go even slower. In the end, we'll toast with a glass of wine, because we're going to finish this. We are almost done, and I just can't not finish it. I just cannot not do it. It's so close. Okay, here we go. Almost done. Well, the one thing I can say about this thread is not going to just come out. It is solid. Which I guess is a good thing. Come on, thread. Got a few more pieces to seam rip out, and there we go. There we go. That's out. All right. This top part. Okay, there we go. That's done. Now the other side. Where is that side? Okay, here we go. I refuse to do this twice. This is a lot of fabric. So this, that means this one is here. Yep, okay. I just want to make sure better safe than sorry. That's all I can say. All right. We have, I'll take this and a little bit too. Okay, that's good. Have to make sure my seam allowance is a 1/2 inch so that the lining and the skirt also line up. Okay. So this little part is over. All right. Now we got one more piece to add on, and that's piece number 7. And okay, it's just the bottom. Okay, so now piece number 7. This is piece number 7. And it attaches to, oh, it actually, did I say it says stitch? But did I cut this on a fold? I must have cut this on a fold. And I cut it down the middle. So piece number 7 is the back piece, but the zipper cuts into the back. So even though I didn't cut it on the fold, I do need to cut it because I need to leave half of it open. Oh, here we go. So I am actually about to, the other thing I need to see is the pockets also go on piece number 7. So I just want to make sure that this is right. I'm gonna put my notches in. Yep. Okay. All right. So the only thing I need to do is I need to clip down the center. So I'm gonna move all this to the side. Clip down the center. And then I need to stitch it back up, leaving open the top section, which is where the zipper will fit. go. And just want to make sure that it's the center. Do I have my mark? I need to make my marking. On that side. Okay. So now I just need to put my notches on the side that I've cut. And I need to put a marking. Right here. And that's it. And this says, basically I'm going to stitch up to 2 inches. So stitch the center back from the lower edge to 2 inches below the notch. And that is right here. All right, there we go. Now I'm gonna stitch this up. I'm gonna move that to the side, and we're gonna put our right sides together. Oh, did I mark this wrong? I did. I'll fix it. I did. I cut it on the wrong side. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Okay, great. I did not. Thought I did this wrong, but I did not. Okay, here we go. Got it together. We just need to stitch this side. Beginning right here. All right, y'all still hanging in there? Hi, Karen. Everything is a journey. What time is it? 11:30. Okay, we're making our way to the end. By midnight, we're going to be wrapping up. 30 more minutes, we're wrapping up. Okay, here we go. And let's see. Okay, so pockets. So we do have pockets. I am going to put them, goodness gracious. I'm trying to think if there's a way I could do these pockets later. Goodness gracious. All right. So we gotta turn this to the right side. And the pockets go. Nope, wrong way. You definitely need pockets with this dress. Oh, I thought that the zipper went all the way down, but it must be for the other pocket. That's what that is. Is that right? Okay. Well, we're putting this one pocket on. We are putting this one pocket on. And we are sewing it at 3/8 seam allowance. So one pocket on to the next one. Okay, so we got the pockets on. And pin skirt front to skirt back at the side seams, matching large dots. Where is the other pocket? it's got to be 2 pockets. Oh, you know what? It's going on the other side. So these are both the pockets. See, this is what happens when it's late. You're like, what are you doing? Okay. All right, I'm going to do this quick understitch. Then we're going to sew this skirt front to the skirt back. All right, that is done. Now we understitched. Now we're going to pin the front to the back. These are some huge pieces of fabric. Okay, so this is the front. This is the back. Okay, so we gotta make sure we put the pockets on because they don't tell you to put the pockets on. So we just gotta make sure we put these pockets on because otherwise, where do they go? All right, I'm pinning the front to the back and I'm gonna stitch those pockets on, even though they don't tell you to put them on, which is crazy. Pin skirt front to the back, matching large dot, stitch side seams. Oh, it does say stitch pockets together, but they never tell you to actually put the pockets on the front part of the skirt like they do the back part. So yeah, they don't take that long. I know. I was going to skip it because I was like, I'm ready to be done. But I was like, you know what? Then I'll be seam ripping because I want the pockets. So you're right. I just literally just stuck them in real quick. I think it took me longer to figure out where the slit is than it took me to put those pockets in. All right, here is the other pocket. So I'm going to be stitching this to here. All right, that's one side. This is the back. And here is the other side, which will go over here. See, even I'm starting to yawn now. Let me see what it is. We got 17 minutes. Okay, here's the other pocket. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do these pockets first, and then I'm going to stitch those sides up. And then we'll be ready to attach the lining. are just about done the first side. One side down, one side to go. You said switch to computer, your phone is dying. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate you. I definitely do. And thank you all for all the likes and all the gifts and just hanging in there and talking to me. That's interesting. That was just hanging down there. Okay. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, what was that doing? basically done. I hope that is not into the... It is a little bit, but we'll fix that. Okay, so skirt is together, front and back, and now we have to attach it to the lining. Move this over here, and it says stitch back lining to front lining at sides. Well, that's interesting. Oh, I already did that. This is the putting the lining together. I already did that. The whole lining is together. So, let's see. Pin lining to skirt, wrong sides together, matching center seams, dots having raw edges even, and based at the upper edge. Wrong sides together. All right, what is it? We got 5 minutes. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this, and then I'm going to, because it's probably going to take me another hour probably to finish, put all this together. But we are really close. So I'm not going to stay on live and finish. I'm just going to finish it, and then I'm going to post a picture of it. Probably with me wearing it is what I'm going to do. I thought I would be able to finish this whole thing, but it's a lot of steps, as all of you have been able to see. Oh, I got to turn this on the wrong side. And I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush to do it because I feel like that will lead to me doing the seam ripper. So are there gathers on the skirt? There are gathers on the skirt. So once I pin the lining to the skirts with the wrong sides together, then I have to gather the upper edge. So there are gathers on the skirt. So the first step is so there's probably like a good 10 steps left. So after I put the, stitch the lining together, then I put the lining to the skirt, then I put gathers in the top, which I'm going to use my gather foot to do. And then you pin the skirt to the bodice. So then this gets attached to this. But before I attach this part to this, I want to make sure that there's a part in the back of this that is not, it's not laying flat. It's not lining flat like I think it should. And I just want to make sure so I still have to put a basting stitch in the bottom of this just to kind of make sure it stays lined up. So I need to do that. And then after I put these gathers in, so I need to figure out what's going on with the bodice, that it's not laying flat, before I stitch it all to this. So that's like the last, and then put the zipper in. The zipper is the very last thing that goes in. and then you finish off the collar, and then you hem the bottom, which is not going to be a big, big thing. So it's not, we're really close to the end, but it's probably, for me, especially the later it gets, the slower I move. So it's probably going to take me like an hour to finish it. And I need to figure out what's going on with the bodice, why it's not laying the way I think it should be laying, before I attach it. So, but I'm really close. I mean, it's really, really close. It is really close. Peach, are you going to make this, or are you making it, or are you going to make it? And then once I put it all together, I'm also going to serge it, which I wanted to do along the way, but no. So I got to do, it says wrong sides together. So I'm doing wrong side to the right side. I need to do wrong sides together. Okay. Now where's my, okay, here we go. Wrong side to wrong side. Okay, here we go. You said you're going to take another look at it. I mean, I think that it's not, I mean, it's not easy pattern, I think, but it's not probably as hard as it's been. I think just working through those little challenges is what took the time. But it's not really that bad, honestly. I feel like if I wouldn't have got caught up in the beginning, I think I would have been okay. And I did do some prep work in the beginning, even though I ended up taking it back out. But I did, stitch all this together. I did all of the lining. I did ahead of time to make it go a little bit quicker. And there's a few darts, so it does take a little bit of time. I don't want to say that it would have been that much faster. If I didn't have all those little hiccups, because there are some steps. You got the lining in the skirt, the lining in the bodice, all the darts. But knowing how that collar fits together is really, I think, helpful. I think that piece really kind of slowed me down, not realizing how that fits together. So I was glad to have Julian's help figuring it out, because it probably would have took me much longer. to try to figure it out. And I'm still a little bit, there's still that little part that I'm not feeling totally comfortable with. Where I stitch together the neckline. I mean, I feel like it's the right thing. But, so the good news is that this is all lining up perfectly. The skirt and the lining appear to be not giving me any problems. And it is literally, it fit together perfectly. So I'm gonna do a base stitch around this top, and then I am going to put some gathers in. And I'm wondering if, because this is such a large area, so normally I use my gathering foot to put gathers in, but this is a pretty large area. Yeah, I'm going to use it because it is a pretty large area and I don't feel like, so I am going to use my gathering foot. So this is pretty wide. Yeah, so this goes down to my, you can't see it, but it goes down to my ankles. Yes, you can see. So it goes down to my ankles. YouTube can't, Facebook can't see it, but, and this is the smaller, this is the shorter one of the two. So I would definitely say if you are thinking about doing it, you want to measure yourself. This one is 48 inches from the neck to the hem, and the other one is 59, it's either 58 or 59 inches. So it's a whole 10 inches longer. And so when I measured myself, I was like, oh, I'm so glad. I was planning on doing the longer one until I did that measurement. And the only reason I did the measurement is because I was like, oh, I'm not going to have enough fabric. So let me measure it. Maybe I'll do the shorter one. And thank goodness I did. Okay, so I'm going to do a basting stitch. Thank you, Jalen. I'm going to do this basting stitch and do the gathers. Hi, Delana. So I'm doing, thank you for joining. Hey, Tydree. What are you doing, Tydree? I am doing Vogue 95, sorry, not 95, 1953. And I am working on the skirt portion of the dress. I'm putting in, I am putting in a basting stitch to attach the lining to the skirt. And then I'm going to do gathers. And I'm going to use my gathering foot to do the gathers. Oh, you said I froze. Can I show it again? Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna put this gathering stitch in. I mean this basting stitch in. Oh, you said can I show the pattern? Yes. So I'm doing 1953, and I am doing view B, but I use the length on view A. And so the big difference between view B and view A is that View A has like a modesty, area that is supposed to be skin tone, but you could use any contrast fabric that you want, that goes in between. And then the other one is just open. So I'm doing the open one because I feel like if I want to add a modesty, fabric in the middle, then I can always add it if I want. But I want to see what it looks like without it. So I am doing it without it. You say you love that pattern. Thank you. Have you made it before? Catherine, have you made the pattern before? You said no, but you want to. Yeah, it's not, you know what, there's some tricky parts to it, which is why I'm still going. But once you work through those little tricky parts, like how the collar fits together with the shoulder pieces, and some pieces on the bodice, once you work through that, I honestly don't think it's that bad. But there's a lot to it in that you have a whole separate lining. Oh, you said you've been watching. Oh, okay. So so you get all the pieces. Definitely, if you take notes, I think you'll be fine. You won't make the same mistakes that I made. And you'll probably go right through it. Almost done. Just want to make sure this pocket fits in here the way I want it. Excuse me. Okay, so I've basted this entire thing together. And now we're getting ready to put in, the base, the gathers. All right. You don't know how happy I am that the slit on the side lined up. That was like a little scary moment for me. All right, so I'm doing the gathering stitch, and I am going to put it on 6, which is basically a gather every 6 stitches. So I feel like that should be enough of a gather. I feel like that should be enough of a gather. Can't wait to see how that's going to look. One day I'm going to get my camera set up right so that you'll be able to see, a close-up of the machine. I feel like that is, when people have that set up, I think it's so interesting. Okay, so here we go. We are, oh, wait a minute. Let me put this back at 2 so I can have enough stitches. All right, here we go. Oh, let's see. Good night, Dejanay. You know what it is? It's so, girl, when I put my camera really close, it's so bright. It's so bright. You can't really, because I have that light in here, and I don't know how to turn that light off. I'm sure there's a way, but it's so bright. You can't really see it. I need to play around with it and figure it out. If I get the angle right, you're right. If I get the angle right, it will work. So. I think what I'm gonna do is when I finish this gathering, I'm gonna pin it on the dress form so that everybody can see it. So that at least you could get an idea of what it's gonna look like. when we finish. Ouch. Okay. So with these two pieces together, it gets a little heavy. I should probably put my my attachment on to help. Ew. There we go. Okay, gathers are done. And I might need to put more gathers in here. I need to put some more, but we'll see. We're gonna see how much pinning I have to do to get this to fit. This is my size 12, so this is, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to put more. It's still huge. So I put all those gathers in and I still have, all of this. So I'm gonna go back in and put some more gathers in. But you get a feel. If I would have done every one, so the options are every 12 stitch, every 6 stitch, I did every 6, and every 1 stitch. And every one would have been way too small, but every 6 is what I did was not enough. So I'm going to still use the gathering foot, but I'm gonna go in and do some more. The other thing I could do is I could baste it. So when I'm attaching the bodice to the skirt, I could do like a basting stitch and kind of basically work it in. But for right now, I'm pinning it on so you can get a feel for how it's gonna look. And then I'll finish it. I'll put this extra gathering stitches in or baste it if do a basting stitch and then stitch it. Yeah, I think this is going to be really nice. And I still have to serge it, all of those edges. Which I'll do all of that. So the back is open because again, there's going to be a zipper that is going to be a zipper, and there is a collar. I'm trying to think about how this all fits together. So this is the collar. I'm gonna figure out how does this fit. Okay, maybe it's like that. Well, we're gonna pin it for right now because are y'all getting a little bit of a feel for it? And this is actually all closed, so I shouldn't leave it open because you'll think it's open and it's not. And just bring these. I guess I should move this up. So it's coming together. Okay, so you kind of get a feel for how it looks. This is how it's gonna look when it is finished. I don't know if you can see it really, but for me, it'll go down to my ankle. It will have this split in it. I might take the split up a little bit higher, depending on where it falls on me, but this is where the split comes, so there's a nice split right there. This is the back, so the back is fully closed. There will be a zipper that'll go from the neck all the way down to about right here. The zipper goes, so it's a 22-inch zipper, and then there are 3 clasps that go at the neck. So this is what it's going to look like when it is finished. And then if I feel like there's too much showing, then I will take some mesh. I have some beige mesh, and then I also have some darker brown. It's not quite my skin color, but it's a dark brown. So I'll either use that or this beige mesh. and I'll put that, there's a modesty section and it comes up here. So it'll be right here. It'll cover this whole part, but I'd like to be able to leave it open if it gives me enough coverage in the middle. So this is what it's going to look like when it is finished. Thank you, Belinda. Thank you, Delana. So I'm gonna finish it probably first thing in the morning. I'm probably not gonna work on it tonight because I can feel myself getting tired. But I'm gonna finish it probably first thing in the morning. The things I have left to do are, hey Julian, thank you Julian for all your help. I didn't quite finish it. I just pinned it. So what I did was I pretty much put together the bodice. I do have to base stitch the bottom of the bodice and then attach the bodice to the skirt. I do need to put some more ruffles in the skirt, but I might actually just baste it. I might just kind of manually adjust it as I'm basting these two together. And then I need to put the zipper in the back and hem it. So really, really close to being finished. I do want to play around with this top a little bit because there's parts of it that where it doesn't lay as flat. So before I close out this bodice, before I do that basting stitch, I'm going to play around with this a little bit, make sure it lays the way I want it to lay. And then I'm going to attach the two. So that's it. The lining is done. The pockets are in, just the zipper and the finishing touches. So that is really it. I love it. I feel like it's going to look great. And I do think it's going to fit. So I'm feeling really good about that part. And I do think this part is going to fit too. So thank you so much, everybody, for really hanging in there. I know it has been a long 5.5 hours, which is a long time. But I appreciate you all. You kept me going, kept me motivated. I am going to do the belt too. There's a belt that goes with this, but I will do that separately. So I'll do it as a separate. I'll upload it to my YouTube and probably put a link on here. So thank you, Patricia. Thank you. You said this will send you straight to the altar. Well, you know what? That might not be a bad place. But thank y'all for hanging on with me. Thank you so much, Julian, for your help. I wouldn't have made it this far without your help. So I really, really appreciate it. Again, this is just a pin version. I'm going to finish it. I got a couple more steps to do, but we will do those. I'm going to get a good night's rest, and then I'm going to wake up in the morning and take care of those things. And then I'll try it on and I'll post a picture for you all. So again, thank you. And I'll see you next Friday. Something easier next week. I think. I got to look at the schedule. All right. Bye, everyone. I'm getting my wine. I know I'm getting my wine. Patricia. I'm getting my wine. Good night. Good night, Julian. Bye, everyone.